Get a better view. Oh, has my phone crashed? Cheers to you, carrying that. Little doggy. So okay, quite a few here. Mark is still coming, really glad to see that. It's to be dry all day in Glasgow today. Really glad to see we've got decent sized start here. See anybody you know, please tag them and share the video.
I can text them if Daddy.
Hiya. So as you can see, the numbers are pretty big here. Right, we're just going to head back up. I'd just like to thank Mike Fennick for coming up and getting me today. Even though I slept in and he had to wait on me. Sorry, Mike. I hope this is okay for you on my phone. Really good numbers here. And we're off again. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming the rally. Oh, you're right. Yeah. How you doing? Good. Good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad.
Is it just the two of yous a day?
Just the two. The wee and won't sit in the
harness. Well, if there's a space, I'll maybe need it later. See yous after.
You didn't actually bring it.
Oh, did you not? I like your haircut.
Making a wee.
Good.
Hey.
Nice to see you. Oh, for you, me.
Aye.
You using that to scare the burglars away?
Aye. What I want to do is I want to get a lot of photos from the independence marches going to one group and get it published.
Aye. You're going to start a wee group?
A book.
A book, sorry. Oh, that'd be cool.
Aye.
That'd be
I'll
really
into
cool.
that to some of the publishers.
I have you.
I'll get the 300 pictures.
That'd be really, really good. So it would. Everybody would buy that.
This is that. This is the thing.
Everybody likes to see themselves, don't they?
Aye.
Quite a good amount for.
Aye. Especially considering the remarks 4 minutes ago.
This is a proper crash start. Hey, folks.
Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine!
Oh, I know that. I was good in the park.
I went to help Mike.
We went.
Oh, this is not my time. This is too that you can hide! You're supporting genocide! Kill someone you can hide! You're supporting genocide! This is too that you can hide! You're supporting genocide! Kill someone you can hide! You're supporting genocide! I'm hoisting this high. I'm letting it drag down the last time.
Well, I did want to catch that at the start yet, but I've missed it now. What's that? No.
Oh, right, good.
I've just walked all the way through it.
Pick them up and we go into the tin.
They're still coming round the corner.
Aye.
They're still coming round the corner. When I get up to there, I'll make it 5.
Yeah, that's good. Brilliant. See them coming away back there in the distance. I don't know if you can see them on my phone. It's so crap having to use my phone.
Yeah, still coming round.
This is a grassroots march.
Grassroots are back, Wendy.
That's what happens when you include everybody, Kia.
You got to go in front there, are you? Come on, go. You got to go in the front. They're moaning at us about safety, they can't drive a van.
So they're still coming round the corner up the top there, which is great. It's a grassroots march. And where everybody is included.
I'm so glad for this support, man, honestly.
Swap it round a bit. Ken, I'm glad it's not me, it's carrying the flagpoles. Bad enough this.
No! What do we want? Independence!
No!
Alright, I see. Well, why don't you just pick that one up later?
From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the sea!
Oh, there's Jericho, the way up there with the biggest flag in the independence movement. You can see it. I don't know where Jem and Jason are, they're usually filming about, but we'll see them, whether they're on their feet. Okay, it needs hand grips, eh? Aye.
You just stick your finger through it.
Join me. I think it's good there.
That's cheers.
I just sneak in.
Aye.
Right there, and back and start from the beginning.
Come on, babe.
Yeah, it's quite a cruise turned up.
There's a lot joining in, going along there. There's a lot of them meeting in Freedom Square and joining us at Freedom Square. The ones that haven't got the fitness or all are joining us there.
Come and join in.
Come on! There's the crowd in there. Wish I got a better picture. Way up there. Not got the energy the day. It's really clammy the day and hot. I dread this hill coming up. The crowd. I'm going to get off in a minute and I'll film a wee bit when I get up to the hill. I'll come up.
Standing at Independence. There's Rihanna.
Did you get Jonathan in the back?
Do you want him out?
No, he's hanging out.
Oh, he's fine.
He's on
Oh,
the
you
march.
want him
He's
back?
on the march.
There we go.
It's Alan Petries. He's on the march.
Alright, cool.
What on the march?
Right, lots, and there's the two doggies. Hiya. Hello. We got the banner. See anybody you know, please? Hiya. Tag and share the video. Hiya, you're doing well. You'll be glad it's no windy. Nice calm day for it.
It sure is. You following us?
Aye.
Who got us through? What do we want? What do we want? Tory.
Nice to see you.
How are you?
Good. Yourself? How are you? Alright?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you. Look at the wee doggies there. I'm going to get a wee clap of them. Sneak over here for them. There we go. Just to get a wee clap. Oh, beautiful wee fluff ball. Thank you. You see anybody you know, please tag and share the video. Oh, look. Just going to walk backwards for you a wee minute. Oh, beautiful wee baby. See anybody you know, please tag and share the video. Hiya, lass. Hiya. Everybody's smiling, everybody's happy. Hiya. There's Tracy and Phil. So I'm really glad we've got the numbers today. Really important. Folks don't say marching doesn't make a difference. Of course it does. It's a visual impact. We're making everybody stop and look. It's the determination of the Scottish people. And as James Scott would say, we will never give up the fight. Nice one, guys.
Thank you.
So glad to see the numbers are up. Hopefully everybody will get their feet in the street and get out. We've only got one band member here from Alba Pipes and Drums. A lot of them are no well. Oh, sorry. And a few of them couldn't make it because they're at the rally a wee bit before. Oh, there we go, somebody up at the window. That was just me a wee bit excited there because there was somebody at the window. This guy's definitely following me. Na 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 na.
Starboard is a half foot.
Starboard is a half foot. Na 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 na.
Right to the water! Right to the water! Right to the water!
Hey Annie.
Hi, I'm fine.
Still got time to come down into town and join us. See anybody you know, tag and share the video. All in the bridge in there. Put the march at the front again. Up with Sammy and Dory, I don't know the other fella's name. But can you see on the bridge? I don't know if I can zoom in, I don't like to muck about with my phone. But there's loads of folk up there in the bridge. And it's roasting. Joseph, did you manage to get up?
Yes.
Wait till I get
My dad's behind the banner still.
Is it? You escape him? Has wee Joseph joined us? Stop, stop, stop. Stop a wee minute.
Last time when I did it, I was falling into the
Right guys, that's us. Just go slow. What?
Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine!
Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland!
Spin you round to the folk in the bridge up there. Good to see them. Try and zoom in, right? Oh, I can. There you go. Stop!
Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Palestine!
Hey guys, Joseph!
I'm too distracted.
You're daydreaming.
I'm distracted. This is what I'm proud of.
I love it when they go freedom for Palestine, freedom for Scotland, freedom for everyone. Yeah, that's what they did on the flyer they did for Palestine.
Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for
Oh, thanks for the hearts, people. Love you all. You share the feed if you can.
Palestine! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Independence! No! Independence! Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Alright. Opening up quite a bit. Right, okay, that's Alison. The police, everybody seems to be reluctant because Alison is there, everybody seems to be reluctant to Mr. Bonnar. So I just thought I'd tell you, okay, it's quite a big plan here, okay?
Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine!
Oh, sorry about the jiggling here. I just need to come around. See them all way down there. Hello, Amy! Yay! Hello! Somebody mumping their gums over there. I'm not even looking. Don't want to bring my tea back up.
To the right! Face right! Oh, face right with the picture you've got there.
Crazy!
Genocide! Rishi Sunak, you can hide! You're supporting genocide! Keir Starmer, you can hide! You're supporting genocide! Rishi Sunak, you can hide! You're supporting genocide! Alice Starmer, you can hide! You're supporting genocide!
You remember that one that you told me?
Go then, do it.
I don't want
Free! Palestine! Free! Palestine!
It's quiet and then
Palestine!
I'm
Palestine!
joining me.
There's them going on the other side.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
No, it was just like that, it's been a gap. A wee gap's alright. It's a banner.
Clapping these wee dogs.
Take the Right, some of
Hiya.
one is open comes black. We have one thing with the top one.
Aye. Really good numbers.
Bullshit BBC.
Aye. Right, I'm going to get some of the crowd. I've not even got a drink with me. Has she? You want a drink? Oh, it's warm. You got it with you, aye? What one is it, the blue one?
Scottish, not British.
What? I thought you said you're podding her.
Ewan! Ewan! Hello, lad.
No,
In London Road.
I don't want to be old. It's makeup. I look like a scary witch when I've no makeup on. Aye, I do. You ever seen me with it? Or have you? She's I dived mine the other night and you can't even fucking tell. No, I'm a ginger. Aye. It's murder, innit? Aye. The things us women have to go through, innit? I've got a wee hair in my chinny chin that comes.
Well, that's it. And these are the cars
I
backed
didn't
up.
recognise you with your hair.
And there's them going over that side. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to head up to Glasgow Green. Glasgow Green.
Guys!
And I'll try to get the S-bikers coming in. And we'll be back online shortly, guys. Love you lots. See you in a bit. Bye, bye, bye. Hello, hello, ladies. That was supposed to be ladies, not ladies. Okay, bye, bye, bye. We'll see you at Glasgow Green.
A March with April because of my short bleach hair. I thought April was my birthday. I'm like, that's my lassie. Right, I'm going to get some of the folk in. Right. See anybody you know, tag them and share the video. our Terry again. You alright? Nice to see you. You keeping okay?
Aye, trying to stay upright.
Aye, sorry for pulling you. And here's a cute wee doggy coming. Oh, clever doggy. You're a good doggy. I'm on my way. Eh?
Is he up here?
No, somebody else.
So, can you find him?
I haven't seen him, Annie.
He's maybe the way back.
He's maybe at the green. You feeling it now?
No,
You had your porridge?
no, I'm baking and eggs in that Italian place.
Oh, yum. Good numbers, Cliff.
Good, good.
Ah, here's another wee cutie. It's coming. You're right, Scott. How's it going, alright?
Aye, no bad, yeah. Aye, you're too, aye. Just sent head to the grinding.
Aye.
It's no stopping, is it? Before it, no.
It's quite good, the numbers.
Ah, I seen it from up the bridge. See that?
Oh, was you up in the bridge, Scott?
It's up there, aye.
Did you see me waving to you?
There's up many, I couldn't really tell it apart.
I know, man. Couldn't you tell us apart from the Scotland flags?
Aye.
But it's quite busy, really good, I'm glad.
It's been good,
I've got enough of a headache. Slept in this morning. Mike was coming for me at 10. I'm so glad I arrived early. Zephyr's at my Mike's at the door. I'm like,
I said you got a lift in. I would never have made it there, I just went the bridge.
aye. But it's easy to catch on. Oh. Oh. I need to go and find somebody with water, I think. Or a puddle, I don't care what. I'll see you there, Scott. Right, just go down here. Get everybody else. Stand on this bench, actually. Sorry. Away down the bottom there, it's really, really good. Get a chance to get a wee clap.
Quite far back, is it?
Aye,
Decent.
aye, really good the numbers. Well, I never counted it individually, but it was about 5,000, but that was only when we were coming out and we turned the corner and they were still coming round. So about 5,000 so far, but there's more than that now, they've joined on. Yeah, aye. Aye, it's really good. Hopefully that's the start of people coming back out now. Because we need to, some folks say it doesn't make a difference about remarks. It does, it's a bloody visual impact all over the world. If we didn't go out and do things, all kind of events, our politicians and the English ones would think we were away back in our box and no caring. So that's why it's important.
I see there's quite a big Palestinian contingent
Yeah.
back there too, which
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah. We've got the Palestinian flags leading it as well with the saltire. No, it's a really, really good turnout. I'm glad. I'll see you at the park. I like that tune. high spirits. Yes, Comrie flag there. It's Wales, for folk that don't know. Hiya. Sorry about this. Oh, I've got a wee bit of a headache. Sorry. I'm pure sweating.
You better get to the radar flag.
Eurovision, isn't it?
I've got enough. Susie, can I get a drink of water, please? Of course.
I've just been sucked. Just flavoured water. You want me to have that?
Aye, okay.
Just had it like that.
I had stuff on socket this morning. I woke up and Mike tapping my door. I never had a chance to get it fucking in.
Oh, for God's sake.
Is that cherry?
Aye.
It's nice, I hate cherry, but that's nice.
I love it.
Right here.
That's afterwards the one.
Oh, is it?
Swing!
Swing, hammer, swing.
Ceasefire! Hey! Ceasefire! Hey! Ceasefire! Hey! Ceasefire! Hey! Ceasefire! Hey! One, two, three, four! Occupation no more! 5, 6, 7, 8! Israel's a terror state! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! 5, 6, 7, 8! Israel's a terror state! I've got t-shirt, hoodie and this leather on.
Have you? In case you were called.
Rishi Sunak, you can't hide! You're supporting genocide! Keir Starmer, you can't hide! You're supporting genocide! Rishi Sunak, you can't hide! You're supporting genocide! Keir Starmer, you can't hide! You're supporting genocide! Keir Starmer, you can't hide!
Got a beautiful flag just coming up to it. Show you in a wee minute. Hey, Captain.
Hey guys.
Good to see you. You're right.
Good to make it to the start, eh?
Love the flag.
Ceasefire now! 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 Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine!
You've potholes at the back of me,
Oh,
Gordon.
you're fine, Wendy, you're fine. Hey, this is life.
From the river to the sea.
Maybe make it.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! We will never let you die! Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! We will never let you die! Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry! We will never let you die!
I'm just going to go down here a wee bit so I can get everybody at the hill. It's a beautiful sight, this.
Going right down to the bottom of the hill, isn't it?
Aye.
Try and stay up here and get a photograph.
It's beautiful.
Here,
See if you're down the bottom,
Aye.
it's really beautiful
Aye.
looking.
I
That's
just
why
try to get them for the last 2 holes. I can't get them kind of hill ones in.
Aye.
I think if I stay up here,
Maybe,
maybe
aye, that, I get something, I don't think I've seen a 40 for doing that,
back,
right?
right,
Aye, that'd be good. Here we go, folks. This is when we'll see how big the march really is. Down this hill. Obviously there's folk waiting for us. What happens when you march it all under one banner?
It's going really well.
It is.
You live streaming it now?
I'm on India Live.
Oh,
aye.
fantastic. Just watch you don't fall back this time.
I know, Neil.
I'll be there when you
I know, I've only done it twice. The second time you caught me as soon as Masters at the gym. That was good.
Pescar ma! Pescar ma, mo cara!
Neil. So I'm going to get everybody as we're coming down the hill. Looks beautiful, so it does. Great numbers. Can't thank everybody enough for coming out. So we'll wait for a wee bit further down and then I'll show you some more coming down the hill. Please like and share Indie Live's videos, please. It's about getting it out there to the world. We have to be with media, we are the media. If anybody fancies joining up with Indie Live and live streaming, it's so easy to do. You don't need nobody's permission, just do it. Hello, stranger. How are you?
Thanks so. It feels like a decade, but it's only got a year or something.
I know. Lovely to see you. Jamaica, John. Nice. I like it. Alright, Tracy. No bad. Aye. That's the thing, I can never get them.
I like my pictures,
Aye.
Oh, that was it, that march, that was there.
Memories.
New jumper or new t-shirt for every march, get it, just do yourself.
I like this bit.
Aye,
See if
so
you can get something to stone on.
Aye.
Stone up new stuff.
How many do you eat?
Aye. I love this bit, Sammy.
Back to the best,
Ages and ages and ages.
Nice. Nice.
We've not got long. I'm nearly there. I told a wee white lie. We'll not be long.
What?
You'll sleep the night anyway, Joseph.
Just see how big it is.
Just while you were up there, we could read it. Nice and slow.
Oh, hi, you alright? Is there part? I'll catch up with you. I'll not be able to walk as fast as him, but I'll catch him up at some point later. Pat, who's one of the admins on the People's Independence Brexit Referendum International Charter on Wednesday night. Something to help out with it. What an amazing atmosphere, folks, just fabulous.
Just need you to shout it and then we'll join in. We'll wait till you write your piece in.
What's the chanting?
Stay in line for Palestine. Stay in this line for Palestine. That's what you mean.
Sam.
Any room on there?
And yes, I was Stirling the stall in City Centre last Saturday, and it was amazing. Obviously Stirling's an area where they get a lot of tourists, and we had a whole group of people who were from Catalonia who came to stop by, gave us a thumbs up, and they were saying Free Scotland, Free Catalonia, and my son was over in Sardinia last weekend, and there was actually a march for independence for Sardinia. So there's we also had a lot of Germans, a lot of people, just a lot of people on holiday coming to, to tell us to support Scottish independence.
What's this?
So it was quite an interesting day, and most people we spoke to were on side, but you obviously get the odd people who were objecting to the sign that said independence is normal, with a fantastic photograph of the Wallace Monument, fantastic poster that they had up.
Oh, titty.
But yeah, this is amazing. A couple of our MPs there from Alipur party. What I'll do is I'll just follow down and just join the march. It's a fantastic song. So if you're in Glasgow or anywhere around the city, head down through the city centre to join us at Glasgow Green. It's going to be a rally there with some musicians and some probably very powerful speeches, I would imagine, because I don't think there's ever been a more important time for us to get independence. It has to happen, and we need to keep strong, keep united, and just make it happen. Talk to everybody you know, talk to your friends and family. What's your signs? Kate Laldy, did you make those? No, they're really good. Good Scottish words there. I'm very impressed. Oh, sorry. Very well behaved. It's a kind of strange day. It's quite warm, very cloudy. At least it's dry, that's always good. Cross over here. Get this banner for you all to see. We're just heading down Nelson Mandela Place, cutting across the Cannon Street and then along by George Square. Jim, how are you? You alright?
We were on the rain there.
Indy Live.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you keeping alright?
I'm doing great. How about you? New banner, I love it. It's really nice. We'll catch you later, yeah. Oh, it's so good to see everybody. We only really see each other at marches and rallies, but so it's been quite a long time. It's 10 years of it now, so there's a lot of us out and about, but a lot of us still catching up at these events, which is always really good.
It's called Yes Sticker Fest. If you want to join it, wait till you're there so you don't get it wasted.
That's what I do, I make stickers.
Right. Well, it's just called Yes Sticker Fest, and people take photos of Yes stickers, whatever, put them everywhere, and stick them in the group.
Freedom for Palestine!
Freedom for Scotland!
Freedom for Palestine!
Freedom for Scotland!
Freedom! So when I see you come to join and watch yourself.
Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Scotland! Freedom for Palestine! Freedom for Palestine!
Oh my God, I'm roasting here.
My legs have gone.
Is it?
Getting old.
I know. Joseph! Let me see. You want it in your vest?
Yes, I want it on my vest. I want it right there.
It's still coming round Mandela Place.
Freedom for Scotland!
There you go, see the wee space there.
You're lucky you get nails.
I'm nearly not, the painting.
See me put it up. See me put it up a bit, the wind will catch it and unravel it.
Brilliant.
What do I put this?
Put it in your, give it your dad, and he'll put it in his bag.
Stuff happening, and people have come from. Best that we can. An amazing achievement. Down to the East End. Thewliss tomorrow. Of course, these songs are written by Robbie Burns. Quite incredible what he actually did in his fairly short life. A visionary of community and people standing together and helping each other. And of course, he was born after the Treaty of Union, so he could see what was going on in Scotland. He got into trouble for writing some anti-British sentiments in a glass window in the Lion Hotel in Stirling. He had to kind of slink off. He was almost going to get done for sedition. I think it's still there. Some man. And I believe the next march is in Stirling. That will be in, I think it's the weekend of definitely weekend of the Battle of Bannockburn, which is the 23rd and 24th of June, 13-14. So have a check at that and make sure you can try and get along to that. It starts at the old Stirling Brig in the town centre and it heads up to Bannockburn for the speeches and the rally. And it's a really good day, that's a brilliant day out. And of course the Essers of Scotland have been marching there to Bannockburn every year since, I don't know, from 19canteen. Very, very traditional march. I'd like the day when we don't have to do that march for independence. We can just rally there and be reminded of our past, but also looking forward to our future.
One time!
numbers today. You alright? That's Derek. He's going to be an independent for independence. Look at these flags. Good to see you. I was wondering if you were coming. Good, good. I sent you a wee message. I know. Oh, you only TikTok? Nice to see you. Frosting on it. Guess who I've just met? I know. Still going to the park?
No. I remember they done that when we were going to Dumfries, big match. It's roasting. They said it to be thunder.
I know. It was lovely that day, wasn't it?
It was meant to put us off, wasn't it?
I know, exactly.
Really good.
So are you, John? It's nice to see you.
No Thewliss today.
I know. Wondered why you couldn't see your hairy legs.
And I've seen Pete Wishart and they two actual Douglas, Ross and the other Douglas wearing kilts when they were overseas. It put me off.
You're right half, no wonder.
Right,
See you later, John. You never heard of me.
I didn't hear how you're right.
Nice to see you. It's really warm.
It's so warm.
I'm glad I didn't put on my big yellow jacket.
I shouldn't have worn this hoodie, I should have worn my t-shirts on. No, and it looked kind of grey this morning, I thought it could rain.
When me and Mike left for Mama, it was spitting, so...
Oh, shit, sorry.
She's trying to get a seat.
I was hoping you would just carry me along in it.
There's a woman up the front, she's in one of her electric wheelchairs. I could just slip my pole down your back.
A free ride. Actually, that'd be quite a good thing to do. I was thinking about those hoverboard things you can go along.
There's a guy there. There's a guy here.
Is there?
Aye.
Is it much smoother?
Aye, really cool.
It's really good though.
Aye, it's good the numbers.
Good numbers and good atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is though, isn't it?
Okay.
My goodness, so knackered.
It's a long hike.
Gonna go and find a puddle to drink out of.
Did you bring a straw with you especially?
I know.
See you later, lovely to see you. Dancing to the music. Oh.
unusual.
It's an age thing.
Actually, nearly walked by him, it was that quiet. If you see anybody you know, please like and share the video and tag them in it. Folks, run back. You got your lace? I ran to get the song. Good to see you, Frank. Good to see you. I came to sing that song. And I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more just to be that man who walks 1,000 miles. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Miles an hour.
It was the scene of a battle with William Wallace. At the time, this was a track. The castle was up on the street.
Everything been okay today, Ian?
William Wallace came up here with his handful of men and took a look back. The castle was part of the...
Something is... Me, Annie was looking for you. I said, it's maybe down at the park. I haven't seen you yet.
The castle is no longer here.
The oath, the declaration. I know. Frank's keeping edgy for me. The traitors of the foe, hear the success of the foe. Above the Scottish nation. Just in case you're watching, Margaret. Hello, Margaret. There he's here. You want to say hello? Hello. You're on Indy Live, so I don't know if she's watching.
I'm a hot tub on for it, she's watching alright.
That's so good.
She watches me going to the toilet.
It's quite right, you never know what you're up to. Same old story. You made it, See anybody you know, tag them and share the video. When we get to the park, we'll get everybody as we walk in. We're just coming up to it. Could smell chips. See anybody you know, tag them and share the video. Beautiful day down in Glasgow. You can come and join us at the park if you like. We didn't quite make the march. You alright, Lindsay and Ross? Sorry, Robert. I would have if you never shouted for me. Do you know what it was? You never had that hat on with all the pictures. I know. Feeling the cold. See anybody you know, tag them. Share the live stream. Today has been done through Independence Live. And I think we can all agree to say this is big. And hopefully it's the start. People coming out now. And I can smell delicious food. So I'll just get everybody up in the park. Oops.
Freedom for Scotland!
That's the last stretch now, so I'll park it. We're heading down towards Glasgow Green. So if you're around in Glasgow this afternoon, try and get down, meet up with some friends and get a chance to listen to speeches, and a lot of stalls with information. I'm still undecided.
Too much information.
Especially in India Live. Oh, it is. That's a hot flush. Did they know? To see Ira roasting into it.
always coming through the gates of Glasgow Green. The wedding.
Hands around Scotland. Last week we were the week ago. We were waiting on these to come down to the side of Dugald.
I feel so I believe that'll be the Yes Bikers we can hear. Turn your volume down now. Everybody else, turn it up and give it louder. Bikers have come from all over Scotland once again to meet the march arriving at Glasgow Green. Cut down here. I know. Well, kind of in the middle, really. Live team will be set up, ready to film the speeches, so stay tuned. Maybe the smallest marcher. Put the giant saltire into a bag. Impressive. Sorry.
That'll be on your wall.
Is it a lot? Is it a lot lighter? Oh, aye, man. Another one. But I wish we could get the other one back.
I hope to come here today.
Somebody knows where it is.
Keep moving, please, folks. Go off the road.
So we're just walking into Glasgow Green. Just come to the last stop for the march today. We set off at Kelvin Grove at 11:30. A couple of hours. Look at high anyway from the basically west end to the east end of Glasgow. Great turnout, great atmosphere, and well done to every single one of the marchers for getting here today, and obviously the organisers, fantastic, done a great job. So we've got some speeches, some music happening, it's all set up, especially concerts and well, the MD2 car, but we can also get stuff to the left. Set all this up especially, it's wonderful, and I think fantastic community spirit for independence organisation.
I love it, it's really far, but it feels like years ago, like 2 years ago, it feels like day. It's just like
10 years this point here.
the block are disintegrating and we're waiting in the wings. It's going to be a rush. It's going to be fucking brilliant.
I just found out I lost another friend yesterday.
That's what angers me the most because I see it. That's what
makes me raging.
Well, we're going to get there.
Fingers crossed, we'll not stop anyway.
Yes, sir.
So this is the Yes Bikers here. Oh God, there's trouble, trouble, quickly steer clear of trouble. There we go, and that's all the Yes Bikers. And we'll now go into the park. I'm going to say hello to John.
You didn't bump? Land you down.
Go in the land.
See you up there. Alright folks, that's the Yes Bikers there. Right. And we'll go into the park now and we'll see who we can see. Let's get up to the rally point. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming the rally because Mick already warned me about my tablet being funny. Get up, get a wee seat, get a drink of my tea. There's the mad squad away.
Lindsay for lodging.
And that's why the I'm live and indie live. Sorry, they're used to me now. Hi. Alright, John. Right, so we're just going to make our way up to the stage area. Really busy, man. Look at it. It's brilliant. Loads and loads of folk here, and that's what we want. So now I'm going to look for Mike. He should be sitting at the Yes Stones. Look at everybody there. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely lovely. Hopefully this is the year everybody's going to start coming out and pushing it. Because if we don't, they'll think we don't want it. Shall I take her up round the stalls? Let you see the stalls we have. Seen a guy in a hoverboard earlier. As cool as anything. Robert Greenshields. Didn't recognise him without his crazy hat. There's somebody with a drone. Oh sugar, I might have left my drone to get Ian McNeil a shot. Right folks, I don't think I'm going to be doing the rally today. I think it's just going to be the march. But before I go, I'll take you around the stalls. Nice to see Alec there. Yes, Glasgow East. Alba stall. Sorry. Palestine stall. Yum, that looks good. Now, where's my favourite stall? The Palestine stall. If you can all pay attention to the indie app, got spot. And there's the main man himself, Mike Fennick. How are you getting on, Mike? Have you been kept busy?
I am now.
Good, good.
Look how far away the car is.
Good. Numbers are really good, Mike. I know, I've seen that, really, really good.
I had to promote it.
She done a brilliant job, didn't she?
Oh, right. So, it's a rehab.
Before we continue, can we just give thanks to the people at the front carrying the banner? Ceasefire now, independence for Scotland. Free, free Palestine, Scotland will be free. Free, free Palestine, Scotland will be free. Come on. Freedom for Scotland, freedom for Palestine, freedom for Scotland, freedom for Palestine, freedom for Scotland. Freedom for Scotland. We'd just like to welcome everybody here. The march is actually still coming in. So a round of applause for these splendid people up here. As I was saying, this is the 10th anniversary march of All Under One Banner. This is actually the 40th march that All Under One Banner have actually conducted over the course of the last 10 years. And there will be many, many more. Never has there been more need for All Under One Banner, for a broad kirk within the indie movement. We see the attacks on Scotland, the same people who are enabling the genocide in Gaza, the Brit Nat establishment, have also had Scotland under siege for the last 40 years and more. We've seen deindustrialisation and Thatcherism visited upon Scotland. We are not being bombed with ordnance. We are being bombed with neoliberal, Thatcherite economics that are hollowing out our communities. So we understand the need for international solidarity with Gaza, because we are fighting the same foes in many cases. Now, I'm not going to spend a long time actually speaking today in this welcoming introduction, because we've got a huge programme to actually get through, and some wonderful speakers and some great musical acts for Kevin Gore and the Dead Thatchers. But this first part of today's rally will be devoted to the international situation, to the situation in Gaza, but also to the situation in Scotland. Because the two main issues that are actually we're organising this campaign around, or this demonstration around, is the issue of Gaza, but also the issue of Grangemouth. When Grangemouth goes, that will be the official seal on any denial that Scotland is a resource colony. This will mark an admission on the part of the Britain state that Scotland is invaluable to it. Because if Scotland goes and we take our natural resources with us, then the Great Britain PLC would be fundamentally bankrupt. Now, before I actually continue and actually introduce the first acts today, I would like to make a special call out to the Scottish Independence Fund and Ian Grant. And Scottish Independence Fund have been major backers of All Under One Banner over the last few years. And without their help, we would not be able to actually exist and organise the events that we actually do. So I ask people to give the Independence Foundation your patronage to visit their stalls. Also, another important campaign that's actually represented here today is the John McLean Statue Foundation. And that's organised by Donald Anderson and the Scottish Republican Socialist Movement. They're doing invaluable work in recognising the great socialist and Scottish nationalist campaigner John McLean. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and there's none more giant than John McLean. His shadow is still very, very long, and we are still within that shadow. So I'd ask people to give as much as you can to the John McLean Statue Foundation, because it's no before time that a statue was actually put up to honour the memory of that great socialist and patriot of Scotland. Finally, before we actually continue, I've got a word here from Mike Fenwick. Do you want to end the Treaty of Union? Will you join Scots from every part of Scotland who have already signed their declaration to end the Union and regain Scotland's independence? Do you want to end the Treaty of Union? Scotland needs your answer. Will you sign your declaration as a sovereign Scot? Mike Fenwick is here to answer any question, and he has a blank declaration of a sovereign Scot ready for you to sign. Now, a lot of heads are down at the moment. There seems to be turmoil within the independence movement. The Britain that state seems to be secure. But the point I would make before I actually introduce the next speaker onto the stage, it's when change seems impossible that change is actually inevitable. And we should always remember that. However dark the times, the dawn will break. And what we should always remember is the Britain that state that we are up against has no answers to actually making this country a society fit for all citizens. They're attacking the vulnerable at the same time as they're sending bombs to Israel to conduct a genocide. And we need to know the kind of Scotland that is actually possible. And there can be no finer exponent to actually give us some clues and to actually map the way toward a Scottish Commonweal than a great friend of the All Under One banner and a major figure within the Scottish independence movement. I give you Robin McAlpine.
Go up front. See, that's just because I'm that shy. I thought I'd maybe just work at the back. Right, listen, thank you so much, everyone, for coming out today. I don't think there's been a point in the last 10 years when I've more needed to be among friends. We need to get together and get our energy back. A meeting like this, I'm always going to try and lift you and send you out feeling positive and excited. But I can't do that today because that's not where I am and that's not where I feel. We as a movement have never had a reason so strong to make progress as the country that we are living in just now. Whether it's the fact that you can't vote for a political party in the UK that doesn't want to let Israel destroy Palestine, or whether it's Rwanda, or whether it's any of the other terrible things that are happening. We are now in a position where we have to make progress out of here or we are stuck. And let's be realistic, we are losing our momentum. The independence movement is not making the progress that we need to make right now. I love this movement and I love you all. And the last 10 years have been some of the greatest in my life. We have been so many things. We were a scary force that in 2014 came out of nowhere and challenged the British establishment and almost broke their precious union. They didn't expect that. We have been a group of people who have doggedly fought on and tried against the odds to make this change and to get further forward. But what are we now? And what must we be next? Well, in my opinion, we cannot turn into a reenactment society, refighting the battle of 2014 over and over again. We cannot be turned into canned applause, turned on by politicians to clap them when it suits them and turn back off again when they don't need us. We cannot be nostalgia, the equivalent of one of those 80s gigs in which a bunch of one-hit wonders sing songs to an aging audience. We have to change. We are not being led to independence. We are going to have to lead to independence. So, whatever this movement has been, we must now be something else. Now, I'm going to come down and I'm going to get lots of photographs and I'm going to send it to a few people I know. And I'm going to say, hey guys, look, this is the independence movement. Why are you not here? Why are you not involved? We cannot do this against a background of petty squabbling, stupid disagreements and endless egos. We need to put this childishness behind us. We need to stand up. We need to know that the cause is bigger than any one of us and our heads and our sense of who the Messiah is. We are the people between us who will deliver this or who will fail. Can we deliver this? Well, I'm going to say this with my calm head on. I do this for a living. For the last 30 years, I've been a political strategist. I ain't going to tell someone they can win if they can't win. And I'm going to tell you again today that what's killing me is that it's like being in a rowing boat on the sea, dying from dehydration. All that water is just there. I can just about get to it. It's nearly within reach. And I can't do anything about it. Because I do, as a living, political strategy, and I have looked and looked. We have carried out research work. I have looked at every piece of evidence that I can find. And I am telling you this. We now have 50% of this country that we are holding, and they will not go backwards. Their minds have been stretched by a new idea, and those minds will never regain their original dimensions. They are changed people. But, and I say this calmly and clearly, I have looked at detailed, complex academic research which was done for the Scottish Independence Convention by a university. And I have looked at that data, and I am saying we have 10% more of Scotland who wants to believe. They genuinely want to believe. It's our job to give them a reason to have confidence in us. And after that, there are another 10% who might possibly consider us. So we have plenty of opportunity to make progress. And what are we doing instead? We've folded inwards. We're looking at ourselves. We're squabbling with each other, and we're fighting over who's in charge. If this does not stop, we will lose. It is time for this movement to change, and you're the people that are going to do it. Thanks.
It's always a pleasure. Always uplifts the soul. Now, just before I go on to the next speaker, we've actually had a travel card from Margaret Chetty. There's some money in it as well. So if Margaret Chetty is in the crowd, can she make her way and pick up her travel card? Now, our next speaker is somebody who has been a mainstay within the independence movement for many years now. She's Scotland's own bionic woman. The Scottish Indie Movement's own bionic woman. Put your hands together for Eva Comrie.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here today to see so many of you together in solidarity with the people of Palestine and elsewhere in the world at war. As has been said already, we stand on the shoulders of giants within our movement, and some giants of our movement are here today in the audience, and you'll hear from some of our giants later. I don't stand here as a giant. I stand here as a woman from Clackmannanshire, where I live and work. Clackmannanshire, which was infamous for the result of the dress rehearsal referendum of 2014, when my home county voted no. But since then, I was able to climb the hills behind my home, the Ochil Hills, and look across the panorama of the Forth Valley and see the great cultural and historical landmarks from in the west, the Wallace Monument, to far over to the Forth Road Bridge, the rail bridge and the Queensferry crossing, for which that man there remains responsible. And as I said, Clackmannanshire is Scotland in miniature, because for all that you can look over to Falkirk and see the Kelpies and other similar creations, including the Falkirk Wheel, what you will see if you look closely enough are food banks and baby banks and charities doing the work which government should be able to do. And you will see the last vestiges of the industry that there used to be within my home county and further afield. You will see disused and derelict mills waiting to be demolished and replaced, I hope, by housing. You will see disused and derelict mine workings, and you will see the last vestiges of miners' and working men's clubs run by people who were thrown on the dole in the 1980s when deindustrialisation of Scotland got well underway. And if you stand in those Ochil Hills behind my home, you will look across to Grangemouth and you will remind yourself that if our refinery is not retained, then the deindustrialisation of Scotland will be complete. And I take my hat off to Kenny MacAskill, Alex Salmond and others in the Alba Party who, to their credit, are ensuring that Grangemouth is at the top of the political agenda, and it will remain so. We will not have our refinery close and our oil be sent to England to be refined instead. That will not happen when our country is independent. And I know, you know, I stand here as a former SNP member and a former member of the ALBA party. But I know too that within this crowd and across the whole of our country are thousands of people who support these parties, hundreds of thousands who support these parties, and many others who are disillusioned with party politics. And all of us in the Scottish independence movement who have a voice, who have the ability to be heard, who are able to articulate the case for our Scottish independence, for our return to the normal state of independence. We are obliged to stand together as one, and some of us are able to say, I will be an independent candidate for independence because I want to represent the needs and the views and the interests of my friends, my family and my neighbours, my schoolmates, because we say in Scotland, Scottish people who live here are the best determined and best able and most capable of running Scotland's affairs. Well, I say those who live and work in their home constituencies are equally capable of representing the views, the needs and the interests of their own folk. However, the campaign for Grangemouth, as I alluded to earlier, is a national campaign. And I hope with all my heart that every independence supporter in Scotland will put their shoulder behind the campaign to save that refinery, and that after today we will see within our independence movement great change. The change that John Swinney alluded to this week, and the change that I hope Graham McCormack will enable to be delivered, so that all voices in our movement can be heard collectively and we can work collaboratively towards doing what Nelson Mandela said we should do. And that was to make sure that poverty was not a charity, but that it was the delivery of justice. You walked through Nelson Mandela Place today, and I hope that ringing in your ears were his words. Hope is the greatest weapon when all else seems to be lost. Let us leave here today with re-energised hope that our Scotland will become united and our movement will take us towards our Scottish freedom this year. Thank you.
Wonderful stuff there for Eva Comrie, a bonny fechter, one of many within our movement. Now our next speaker is somebody who has been a mainstay, a veteran of Palestine solidarity over the years. It's been my pleasure to work alongside on campaigns and events with Mick Napier from the Scottish Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Put your hands together for Mick Napier.
Friends, thanks for the opportunity to address you today. These are dark times. The British government is funneling arms to Israel for a genocide. 2 days after the Israelis slaughtered aid workers, David Cameron signed off on fresh arms for the genocidal state. The official figure is 36,000 dead, mainly women and children, 15,000 children, but the number is much higher because there's thousands underneath the rubble who cannot be rescued and who can't even be counted yet. This is barbarism. It's savagery. It's genocide on our TV screens. And I think everybody here will express their disgust, their horror that this can happen. But it is happening. And this government, Rishi Sunak and Starmer waiting in the wings, all endorse the genocide. When the election comes across the UK, it will effectively be a vote for genocide Sunak or genocide Starmer. You can vote for genocide or genocide. That's the way it's lining up. What do you call a man who says Israel has the right to deny water to the people of Gaza? That's genocide. If these people had been tried in Nuremberg after 1945, every one of them would have been hanged, according to the rules that were then in force. No doubt about it. We marched here past Glasgow University today. The students there, a month or so ago, by a landslide, 80% voted for Ghassan Abu Sitta, a Palestinian surgeon who had been up to his ankles in blood in hospitals in Gaza. That man, that epitome of nobility, had worked in many, many war zones. Le Monde called him, he's a surgeon, Le Monde called him the man who fixes broken faces. That's what his life is, doing good. And that Palestinian is now the rector of Glasgow University. Do you want to welcome him? One of his opponents who ran against him was a Labour MSP. I forget the creature's name. He used to work for British Aerospace, BAE. He campaigned for arms industries, and then he went in to stand for election and was crushed. I hope that's a harbinger of the future to come. Friends, these are dark, dark days. My daughter lives in Berlin, and she told me on the May Day march, people were afraid to carry Palestinian flags because every Palestinian flag is attacked by the police in Berlin. Instead, they wore keffiyehs because this is now effectively criminalized. Friends, the Palestinians are the canary in the mine. They're the litmus test. If you stand with Palestinian freedom around this world, you're on the right side of history. And if you stand against it, you're one of the villains, and we will never, ever, ever forget. If you're capable of supporting genocide, you're capable of anything. So don't tell me about your policies on street lighting or some other aspect. If you're capable of genocide, you're too dirty to come to my door and ask for a vote. Go to hell. Friends, the people who are committing mass murder, executions of children, hundreds found dead last week, children with their hands tied behind their backs and shot through the head. Nobody contested that. This is genocide, and all those who support it are to be damned forever. Friends, there's going to be attacks on us. In America, we see a fantastic uprising by students and staff on universities. It is a joy to behold. And I'm old enough to remember the same thing rerun in 1960s and 70s. And you know something? When we did that against the war in Vietnam, we won! We won! And we're going to win again. Because one day for sure, Palestine will be free. How do we know? How do we know? Because when people fight against colonization, the Algerians fought. 1.5 million were killed. The French were great at mass killing. The French lost. America invaded Vietnam, killed 3 million people. B-52 bombing, chemical warfare. They were great at mass killing. They lost. They lost because of people who are able to absorb terrible punishment, and still fight for national independence, they will win. That's the lesson of history. It's not what I want to believe, it's what you learn by looking at history. Friends, the horror is too deep for me to take up your time in Gaza. But it didn't happen yesterday or even last year. This genocide has been going on for 70 odd years since the State of Israel was founded. British government complicity is long and dark and horrible. Every time the Palestinians fight for freedom, the British state opposes them. They win in the international court, the British state opposes them. They fight it with armed resistance, the British state opposes them. They win cases, and the British state tries to prevent them getting into the UN, tries to prevent them getting into UNESCO. The British state has a 100% record of opposing Palestinian freedom. But still they resist. They resist by being there. They resist by living. They resist by breathing and saying, we will stay in Palestine because this is our land and it's been stolen from us and we'll get it back. Friends, we want a health service. We want no homeless people sleeping on the streets. That's why we want independence. But we also want a clean foreign policy. We also want a break with endless war. A break from the likes of Cameron. A break from the likes of Johnson. Friends, we have the future in our hands. It can either be bright with independence, and we can break this British state, which is a pustule on the face of humanity. And if they don't break it in London, we can break off a big bit up here. Friends, let's go forward. Freedom.
Wonderful speech. Now, just before I introduce the next speaker, could I ask Alison, Thewliss and Kenny MacAskill to make their way to the stage? I think Alison is actually there, just Kenny MacAskill. Now, our next speaker needs no introduction whatsoever. She is somebody that knows the situation in Gaza and the wider near Asia. Put your hands together for Yvonne Ridley of the AUOB Party.
Brothers, sisters, comrades, salam alaikum. While the Israel lobby holds Washington and Westminster under political occupation, it is holding the Palestinians in the grip of a genocide not seen since World War II. The lobby that supports it is a loose coalition of individuals, and they are everywhere. They are in Washington, they are in Westminster, and they are even in Holyrood. It's a coalition of loose individuals and organisations that push US and UK policy in a pro-Israeli direction. In other words, the Israeli lobby owns our political class. They want them, they push them, they pay them to support Israel, no matter what Israel does, no matter how badly Israel behaves. This sort of friendship is unprecedented in history. They're joined at the hip. The Israeli lobby is a very powerful interest group, and it wields massive influence on Western policy in the Middle East. And nowhere is too small. My understanding today is that they've put enormous pressure on the organisers of All Under One Banner, saying, why are you conflating Scottish independence with Palestinian issues? It's obvious. Surely we can all see the parallels. For instance, it's not in Israel's interests for Scotland to have independence. I don't know how many of you have thought this through. I think a few of you might have. the moment Scotland gets independence, and it is coming, our day will come, out will go the nuclear weapons. Once the nuclear weapons have gone, Britain will lose its status on the UN Security Council. Now, Israel routinely violates and ignores UN rules, regulations, and sanctions, and is allowed to do so unchallenged because British and American politicians are under its influence and will veto or abstain from any anti-Israel resolutions. That's why presidents talk down Scotland's independence, and others tell us we're too small to go it alone. Israel is not even the size of a South African game park. Imagine if Scotland could wield the same influence globally. But there's another reason why we're all here today, supporting Palestine. And that's because we care about humanity. We don't want the blood of innocents on our hands, but that is exactly what the Tories are doing to us, comrades. Britain is supplying weapons made in Scotland that are being used on children, women, and even babies still in the womb. As a feminist, as a white feminist, I cannot for the life of me understand why my white feminist sisters don't support the Palestinian women. And they don't. Shame on them. Shame on every one of them. Westminster is sending weapons, drones and other arms that are being used by a genocidal force on a civilian population. I've been to Gaza twice now, and I just cannot imagine the situation that what we called the world's largest open-air prison, I just can't imagine what the situation is now. As men, women and children are huddled under canvas, under plastic sheeting, sheltering from million-dollar bombs that are being dropped because Westminster couldn't vote for a ceasefire. They're doing it in our name. Comrades, just as the Palestinians need to be liberated, so do we here in Scotland. The sooner we get independence, the sooner we can turn around to the military-industrial complex and say, nah, not in our name. We say no more political cover to continue the genocide, no more British weapons to use in genocide, no British boots on the ground, and it's coming if we're not careful. And you know what British boots means? It also means Scots men and women. So no boots on the ground to aid and abet the genocide. A genocide was committed against 6 million Jews last century, and the truth is everyone in the surrounding towns and villages knew exactly what was happening. Just as we today switch on the TV and can see exactly what is happening. Today, the weight of the guilt of the people who lived around Belsen and Auschwitz is being carried by the German government, which explains some of the crazy decisions that they're doing. We don't even have that excuse in Britain. As I say, we're watching the genocide unfold on our TV. The political elite are seeing exactly the same images we do, but they choose not to act. Well, we can act against them and make them pay in the ballot box. Their cowardice to stand up to their head offices in London will come back to define their legacy. All they had to do 7 months ago, all they had to do was vote for a ceasefire. Scotland should not be part of that evil cabal. We need to stand up firm for Palestine. If we let their freedom and liberty be stolen by the West, we really do have to start asking ourselves, do we want for others what we want for ourselves? Do we deserve independence? If the answer is yes, then don't go to Westminster cap in hand asking for it. Independence is our right. We should be demanding it and demanding it now. Keep on rising, keep on resistance, and ask yourselves, what price will you all pay for freedom? Thank you. Salam alaikum.
Another great contribution there from Yvonne. Now, our next speaker is Isabelle Lindsay of Scottish CND, a veteran campaigner for peace and nuclear disarmament. Now, when we talk about, as Yvonne has, the Gazans on the front line, we shouldn't be too comfortable, because we too are actually on the front line, the nuclear front line. The Americans have recently re-established their nuclear presence in Britain, and if that doesn't mean that there's Yankee nuclear missiles on Faz Lane, then I'm a monkey's uncle. I'll eat my bonnet if there isn't. So the issue of nuclear disarmament and the intensification of tensions at an international level is of prime concern to Scotland. We do not want to end up as black marks on a wall. And it's because of people like Isabelle Lindsay that the issue of nuclear disarmament has remained at the forefront. So put your hands together and give a big indie welcome for Isabelle Lindsay of Scottish CND.
If you want to know what the British state thinks about Scotland, it's always worthwhile looking at history. And in this instance, let's go back to 1958 to 60. And in that period, the Macmillan, the Prime Minister, and the government at that time discovered that the delivery system for their nuclear weapons wouldn't work. So he went cap in hand to President Eisenhower to plead that they would get American missile systems. And what happened? The Americans turned around and said, yeah, okay, but we get the Holy Loch. Now, some decades later, the correspondence between Macmillan and Eisenhower was published. And let me quote a few things from it. Harold Macmillan said, from a security point of view, a robust population of 3 or 4 Highlanders at Fort William is much more to my taste than the rather mixed population of the cosmopolitan city of Glasgow. So I don't know what was cosmopolitan, whether it was just that Glaswegians were bolshy or whether there were too many Irish in Glasgow. Whatever it was that Macmillan had in mind, he certainly was a bit scared of Glasgow. And I don't know, is there anyone here from Fort William? The description of those robust Highlanders, probably because the only ones that Macmillan had had any dealings with were the Gillies. Now, to be fair to him, he did go on to say it would surely be a mistake to put down what will become a major nuclear target so near to the 3rd largest and most overcrowded city in this country. So to be fair to Macmillan, he recognized the risk. But what happened? The Americans said, hard luck, we want a central belt location, and the British state just caved in like that. And of course, we now have around 200 nuclear bombs on our Clyde, just 30 miles down the river there. And this despite the fact that the world as it is accelerating into the most dangerous spiral situation. So we, with independence, would have the chance, not grandstanding, but seriously, have the opportunity that we could make a significant change in rolling back that spiral. Because an independent Scotland ratifying the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons would be in a position to say, right, within a short space of time, don't believe those people, and some unfortunately in the movement, those people who say, oh, it would need a decade or more, let's be reasonable. The answer is that technically it would not. The 200 bombs could be returned to Burfield where they are manufactured, and within 2 or 3 years, a storage facility could be created. The Trident missiles themselves regularly go back to the US for servicing. Let them keep them. So, within a short space of time, Scotland could be an example of a country that has become nuclear weapons free. And as part of the 70 other countries and the other 50 in addition to that who support the treaty, we would be able to say, this is our example, we can show the rest of the world, and in that sense, what a tremendous and important contribution independence could make, not just to the people of Scotland, but to the world.
What a wonderful speech there. And again, you know, it does credit. Isabelle has been selflessly involved in the peace movement in Scotland for many decades now. Now, you might be a little bit relieved. We're actually going to have a wee musical break here. The wonderful Kevin Gore is now coming up on stage to regale you with some tunes that you will know and maybe some that you don't. So put your hands together for Kevin Gore.
Thank you, Bruno. Just get the guitar turned on and we're ready to go. That'll be on then. They turned off the water, the electricity, bombed all towns and cities, from the river to the sea. Tens of thousands slaughtered, millions displaced. Zionist crimes on humanity bring shame to the human race. The charities are targeted and the blockade the aid. Use hunger as a weapon to starve the refugee. And the death toll keeps on rising through famine and disease. Zionist crimes on humanity bring shame to the human race. call us extremists, anti-Semite, for refusing to be complicit with their genocide. We march in our millions, black, brown and white, declaring to the world we stand with Palestine. We stand with Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine live forever. Free, free, Palestine. Free, free, Palestine. Thank you very much. The song that I wrote is a Woody Guthrie's version that I stole the tune from. There's a Canadian version, an Irish version. This is my attempt at a Scottish version. Well, when I walk in Galway, Perth and Kinross, the Clyde Valley, up above me, endless skyway. This land was made for you and me. This is your land, this is my land. From the Isle of Arran to Shetland Islands, the southern border to the northern highlands. This land was made for you and me. And the sun was setting the horizon, on the byways, this great nation. In the distance, the press was calling. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this is your land, this is my land. From the Isle of Arran to the Shetland Islands, the southern border to the northern highlands. This land was made for you and me. The sun was rising on a new day dawning. So tens of thousands, people marching, for lion rampants, soldiers flying, singing this land was made for you and me. This is your land, this is my land, on the Isle of Arran, Shetland Islands, southern border, northern highlands. This land was made for you and me. Every culture, creed and colour, we stand as one. We stand together in a new beginning for all Scotland's children. This land was made for you and me. This is your land, this is my land. From the Isle of Arran, Shetland Islands, the southern border to the northern highlands. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me. This land was made for you and me. Thank you very much. And I've got another song to go over. Cool. His song for the Silent Clansman. This is one of his favourites. I wrote this back in 2013. Seems like a lifetime ago. But we'll get there yet. We're not going anywhere. Marching on the street today with my yes badge on. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. Said I was a dreamer, well I let him have his say. Say yes my friend, I'm dreaming of Independence Day. And when that day comes around, coming will for sure, we will have a country, all can be assured. Nation of equality, fairness and respect, and the government we vote for is the government we get on an Independence Day. Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. I'm not anti-English, not an Irish or the Welsh. I'm just dreaming of a country that distributes its will. Downtrodden people have opportunity, break the change and free themselves out on the traps of poverty. On an Independence Day, an Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. And I know that I am fortunate, and I know well off I am, compared to those in Key or in the Palestine, just to soon be home, to be free. Independence Day, Independence Day. Yes, my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Ikalala pala, Ikalala pala, Ikalala pala, Ikalala pala, Ikalala pala, Ikalala pala. Singing in Glasgow Green today was still my yes badge on. Stranger, he approached me to tell me I was wrong. Said I was a dreamer, well I let him have his say. Say yes my friend, I'm dreaming of an Independence Day. Thank you very much. One more day. We're getting one more for 6 minutes. Right, there's only a couple of performers actually today, so I think we should get a wee fair shout. A couple of songs, if that's all right. As Mick was saying earlier on, we are living in a time where it's quite ironic that people that are oppressed suffer colonisation, genocide. When these people decide to rise up, they're called terrorists. And the people that are committing the genocide, they seem to be on the side of the righteous. There's a song I wrote about freedom fighters, called The Freedom Fighter. First I saw the headed men and the burning crosses. I was a boy back then. The white supremacists terrorized me. They lashed my father to a poplar tree. Yes, I took the violence, lived by the sword. Was my way until I found my Lord. Malcolm X, Geronimo, I'm a freedom fighter. Nelson Mandela, Yasser Arafat, James Connolly, wherever there's injustice. you'll always have me. First they trespassed upon my land, and my defense I took a stand to place my people in the reservations. They suffered death and disease and starvation. When every treaty that blue coat broke, the 300 braves I led her to vote. Malcolm X, Geronimo, freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, yes, a lot of fun. James Connolly, wherever there's injustice, will always be me. I'm a freedom fighter, don't be confused. Don't call me a terrorist, because I refuse to see my people oppressed and displaced because of their color, their culture, race. I will not be silenced, will not be contained while people suffer for another man's gain. Stood against their occupation, apartheid, their ethnic cleansing, where the olive branch sways in the breeze. I put down my gun and I offered peace. So from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free. I'm a freedom fighter, Nelson Mandela, William Wallace, James Connolly, wherever there's injustice. With my comrades, I rebelled. I was executed in Carmena jail. Not a martyr I became. I lit a fire and I filled the flame. For the people's struggle for liberation, free their country from foreign occupation. Malcolm X, Geronimo, Yasser Arafat, Barabbas, Che Guevara, Nelson Mandela, William Wallace, James Connolly, wherever there's injustice, you'll always have me. You'll always find me. There will always be me. Such a pleasure to sing here today. All the best. Thank you.
What a set there. Belting wee set for Kevin Gore, who's the indie movement's own songsmith. It's him that's writing the songs that will actually be sung for years to come when the independence movement is remembered. Before I announce the next speakers, could Ian Grant for the Scottish Independence Foundation, Dugald McFarland from the Socialist Workers' Party, and Fiona Nelson from the Independence for Scotland Party make their way to the stage. Now, our next speaker is from the SNP. It's the MP, she's been MP for, since 2015, and a right bonny fechter for Scotland's cause at Westminster. Put your hands together for Alison Thewliss.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for coming out and continuing to show your support for Scottish independence. It is important in these times that we continue to make sure that independence is seen as the very important prospect for our country. It is the only thing that can go to challenge the unfair treatment of our people by the Westminster government. And we need to do everything that we can to take that message to the streets, but not just to the streets. We need to take that message to the doorsteps. We need to be knocking the doors and having the conversations with voters, because we know when this Westminster election comes, whenever Rishi Sunak takes it up his hump to call this election, that we need to win every single possible seat we can in that election. Why? Because if we don't, then they will take it as support for the union. They will take it as support for the status quo. And we know, don't we, friends, that the status quo is not good enough for the people of Scotland. The status quo is for attacks on the people of Gaza. It is for children being bombed from above, starving to death, not in our name. The Rwanda plan, state-sponsored people trafficking, not in our name. The bedroom tax, the two-child limit, austerity and the cost of living crisis, not in our name. Nuclear weapons, as we have just heard so well put by Isabelle Lindsay, not in our name. And the denial of democracy for the people of Scotland, not allowing us to have our say on the future that we want, not in our name. Friends, our opponents in the unionist press will seek to divide us. They will seek to try and make us look weak. We need more than ever to stand together, to call for independence, to go out there and advocate for independence, to have those conversations in the queue for the bus or waiting at the shops. We need to have those conversations. We need to be bold, we need to be brave, and we need to talk up the importance of independence, because it cannot be right that in this wealthy country that we have, that children are going to bed with empty bellies. It cannot be right that money is being squandered on bombs when our old people can't get a fair state pension, when the WASPy women are being hard done by, when there is not compensation for the people who have suffered in the contaminated blood scandal, for the people who have been the victims of the Post Office Horizon scandal. All of these things happen under Westminster's watch, and we say no more, not in our name. So we need to go out there with that policy vision, sell that to the people, make sure that you register to vote in this election, because that is what they want us not to do. They want to make it hard for us to vote. And we know that even Boris Johnson doesn't manage to get his voter ID this week. So make sure that you do not lose your right to vote. Register to vote. Turn out to vote. Tell them that we are in Scotland and we are not going away. Independence is bigger than any one party and any one person. But if you want to make it happen, you need to vote for it, and you need to get out there and advocate for it. Thank you very much.
Great big contribution there for Alison. Now, before I announce our next speaker, just again a shout out Ian Grant, Dugald, McFarland and Fiona and Alison. Our next speaker needs no introduction. It's Kenny MacAskill from the Alpa Party. Put your hands together and give a big indie welcome.
Good afternoon. Can I start by thanking each and every one of you for turning up and showing your solidarity today. Not just today, but on other demonstrations that have been taking place. Because there was a reason and an excuse for stopping marching during COVID. But we're in turbulent times, and we need to be out and we need to be visible. And yet there's been demotivation and demoralisation within our movement. That is wrong. It is misplaced, because the time for independence is now. It has never been more needed. We were lied to in 2014. We are now paying a price that even those of us who knew that there would be a price to be paid if we lost never envisaged it would be as grim as this. But no issue makes the case for independence more than the energy situation. Those of us here believe in independence and believe that Scotland should be a nation state, irrespective. Other people require to be persuaded. But the one thing that makes the case is the situation that you have an energy-rich country and you have a people who are in fuel poverty. That makes the case for independence. We should be wealthy, and instead our people are huddling, trying to keep warm. Let's look at the statistics. 36% of our pensioners are in fuel poverty. A quarter of our pensioners are in extreme fuel poverty. It is simply perverse that we are energy rich and yet we're fuel poor. There's an old pal of mine, Willie, says to me, but surely they'll just want to get shot of us at some stage, the same as happening in Ireland. Well, no, they don't, because we're a resource to be enjoyed and to be exploited. And there's actually an article by George Osborne some 2 or 3 years ago who made that clear. As far as the English establishment are concerned, Northern Ireland, who cares? They can't wait for a united Ireland. It gets the north off their hands and they'll shed no tears. Wales, they don't really care either way. Scotland, Osborne was quite clear, that's ours. Why is it ours? Well, they like to enjoy it. If their kids can't get into Oxford or Cambridge, they can come up to St Andrews or Edinburgh or Glasgow. They can come up and enjoy the Edinburgh Festival, and they can even come up and enjoy hunting, shooting, fishing on our hills and our glens. But more importantly than that, we're a resource to be exploited. We're a resource not just in oil and gas, but now in renewable energy. And they know that, because we're duty bound now to be seeing, going south of the border, 124 billion kilowatts of renewable energy. 124 billion kilowatts. That could power every house in Scotland 12.5 times over. The situation is, though, we're getting no revenue for it. We're getting no work from it. I can go down to Dunbar Harbour and I see turbines now out in the River Forth. There's almost 40 now, and that's just one field. There will be hundreds. And yet Methil lies idle. They're bringing the turbines up from down south or even from across the seas. The work is going elsewhere, and even the jobs are going elsewhere, because I've had constituents sailing out of Montrose who were laid off and replaced by South Asian labour being exploited. Why is that? Because if you're more than 12 miles out, you're out with the maritime limits, and the employment wages, the employment laws and the minimum wage doesn't apply. So we're getting no business, no work, we're being ripped off. That's just the situation with renewable energy. People in East Lothian can see the turbines in the Lammermuirs and they can see the turbines offshore. And yet we are going to get our environment damaged because they want it fast and cheap and they'll put up pylons rather than cabling it. And yet we can't afford to heat our homes. It's a replication of what happened with oil. Norway discovered oil and got immensely rich. We discovered oil, as Jim Siller said, and have seen an industrial desert made. 40 years ago, the big fight was the miners' strike. But now in oil and gas, the big fight is Grangemouth refinery. We have to make a stand for that. I grew up just along the road from it. And as Mick McGahey said about the miners' strike, this isn't just about the current generation. And believe you me, it's a young workforce there. If they lose their jobs, then they'll have to go south or probably abroad. This is about training future generations. We already have a skills gap in Scotland. And yet I knew folk at school that went and got a training in what was then BPICI. We will lose not just current jobs, we'll lose necessary skills. And yet what are we seeing? A UK government that's selling us out. The ethylene plant has been shut. At the same time, the UK government is giving 600 million euros to INEOS to open a brand new plant in Antwerp. Scottish workers are being made redundant. Belgian workers are being supported on the money that the UK government's getting from North Sea oil that comes ashore up north east and comes in the Forties pipeline down to Grangemouth. That's why Grangemouth is our fight. We've got to ensure that we're not deindustrialised. The knock-on effect would be significant. It's vital for the fuelling not just of our cars but of our industry. It's vital for the fuelling of our aviation sector. It's for that reason that we have to stand by Grangemouth. Coming down on the march, I was listening to the proclaimers, singing cap in hand. We boast, then we cower. We fight for a wee bit. You know, at the end of the day, this belongs to us. It's our oil. It should be refined here. It cannot be Grangemouth no more. What it must be union no more. For that, we need a strategy, we need our movement back together, and we need to be pushing for independence, not running from it or hiding from it. Thank you.
Amen to that. Grangemouth must not close. We must basically get out into the streets in defence of Grangemouth, because we know what will happen to the people of Grangemouth in that entire region. It will be reduced like so many other places throughout Scotland, through the mining belts, through the industrial towns, have actually been reduced. And that's all that the Britnat neoliberal economic system can actually give us. So thank Kenny for that. And we ask people to actually get up on your hind legs about Grangemouth, because it is a fundamental issue for Scotland. Now, our next speaker is somebody who is a great friend and supporter of all under one banner. It's probably fair to say that we could not conduct the work at the same level without the support that's actually given from the Scottish Independence Foundation. So I ask you to put your hands together and give a huge ovation for Ian Grant from the Scottish Independence Foundation.
Thank you. I generally get up on this stage to remind folk that rallies cost money, and that SIF, the Scottish Independence Foundation, generally supplies the money for these rallies. And that's still the case. And so I would ask you to perhaps wander over to the SIF stall, which is just over in that direction, and perhaps make a wee contribution. All these little things help, and we've supported a whole series of things beyond the rallies. We've supported Leslie Riddick's films, we've supported the new IAP and various things, the Dunfermline Group's films. We've done all that over the last few months, and so I'd ask you to help. Just over the last few weeks, I just thought to myself, you know, with these walks, I thought when I got out of bed this morning, what's the point? With politicians like we have in Scotland, with a few exceptions, such as the one we've just heard, what chance have we of regaining our independence? And I'm still not sure about the answer. I can't help thinking that the Scottish Government, after 10 years post-IndieRef, still have no workable plan for getting us to independence. You know, go out and persuade the people of the case until the polls reach 60%. Quite frankly, not good enough. Why would folk vote for independence if they didn't know how it was going to be achieved, what the route to independence was? This has to be clarified. How can we have confidence in our leaders who don't have a clear prospectus and don't have a clear route for getting us to independence? And I think more than anything else, what failed us in 2014 was lack of confidence of the Scottish people in the leaders of the independence movement. So, what do we have to do? I think, first of all, the importance of independence has to be stressed when talking, just as we were hearing from Kenny there, when talking about all important issues in Scotland, whether it's Grangemouth, whether it's heating your home, whether it's dealing with poverty in the community, whether it's providing houses, especially in rural areas, dealing with job insecurity, the lack of transport infrastructure, all these things are tied up with the colonial status of Scotland within the United Kingdom. We need full control to address all these issues as we here know. But we have to talk about independence not in isolation from everything else, but as a part of everything else. Secondly, as I've said, we have to have a viable route to independence. It's not going to be consensual. It's going to be a fight, a struggle. And we're going to have to take it and not wait for it. We have to take the population with us, and it's not going to be a referendum, so it's going to have to be a majority, probably the list at a Scottish election. We've got to be prepared when we fight that election. We need a prospectus that demonstrates the opportunities of independence and actually addresses the obstacles. In other words, currency and all these associated things. I think also we need an expert-led business plan for the transition. We need to get folk who have got expertise, whether it's in economics, whether it's in business, whether it's in agriculture, whatever, who can help us to produce this plan. One thing we also need is a national convention to draw in representatives from all over Scotland, from civic organisations across Scotland. We have to entice people like the STUC and other civic organisations to join us. The Independence Forum, of which I'm involved, is planning for one on St Andrew's Day. That may seem rather late in the day, but on the other hand, there's probably going to have been an election before then, and the situation will be rather clearer where we are at that time. But we would like groups from all regions of Scotland. We've got good representation from the Highlands and Islands, from the North East, from Fife, and also from Edinburgh and Lothians, but we need people to get in touch with us from the west of Scotland. So go to the website independenceforum.scot. We must rebuild this movement and not blindly, I think, follow the politicians who so far have failed us. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ian. Now, our next speaker is a young man, Dugald McFarland, from the Socialist Workers' Party. This is his first speech at a big event like this, so give a huge ovation for Dugald McFarland from the Socialist Workers' Party.
Lord, microphone's too tall. Good afternoon, folks. It's been great to see so many people out on the street today, supporting the cause for independence, showing Glasgow that we're here to stay. It's been nearly 10 years since the first independence referendum that I remember, but yeah, so it's very much a situation, right? It can seem a little dire at times, but there's still absolutely hope, right? There's been turmoil in the Parliament this last week. I think it's been very dismaying for many of us to see, but it's always the Tories, they like to keep us distracted with that stuff, the parliamentary stuff at the top, although that's going to be their own downfall pretty soon, right? Be glad to see them gone soon. But when the Tories are gone, right, Labour's going to be no better. They're not going to hand us independence on a silver platter just because, they happen to be a different colour. We see a massive democratic deficit between Scotland and the rest of the UK in their choices and the way that they choose to represent the people. And I think no better example of this is in the way that the Scottish people, as well as the rest of the UK, have taken up the cause of Palestine. Submitting a motion on behalf not just of the Scottish people in that instance, but of the British people as a whole. Submitting a motion that labelled what Israel is doing as a genocide, that called for a permanent, unconditional ceasefire, and for that to be torn up by a parliamentary system that not only doesn't work for Scotland, it doesn't work for anyone at all. It's been an honour to stand beside the people in the Palestine campaigns that I have been a part of over the last 6 months, and it is dreadful to see what we're seeing coming out of Gaza. But, you know, a break from British imperialism, you know, Scottish independence, breaking up the British state, would be a break from a British empire on which they say the sun never set, but we know that the blood never dried. We want to fight for a more equal society, right? A society where refugees can be welcomed into our country with open arms and not forced onto barges and into shoddy hotels or flown away to Rwanda where they're not going to be treated with the respect that they are due. It's a violation of human rights, and we need to stand against them, against the Tories and against the Home Office in these racist deportations. We need to replicate what we've seen in Kenmure Street the other year, where Glasgow, the people of Glasgow came out and stopped the deportations of 2 men who'd done nothing wrong and were well beloved by their neighbours. It's disgraceful to see from the Home Office. We need to get rid of Trident, you know. Need to get rid of Trident at the same time. Many people up on the stand today have been rightly talking about the just transition and you know, the situation in Grangemouth. And I think personally that what we need to do in that instance is we need to guarantee every worker at Grangemouth a job in the renewable energy industry. It's not enough. It's not enough to slowly transition over through years and years more of oil and gas. We need to see immediate climate action for a climate crisis. You know, the scientists are labeling it now global boiling. And importantly as well, we need to remember to take up the cause of trans rights. You know, the Cass report put out by the British government recently is a discriminatory and biased report. Absolutely shameful stuff being enforced by the British government there. Scottish government has been dithering on independence recently. It's 10 years since the last independence referendum, and we've made no true steps forwards. But we can absolutely still win, standing united together as we have done today, all under the one banner for independence. We need to get on the street. We need to, you know, take these fights back into our workplaces, into our trade unions, into our places of education, into universities, into schools. Everywhere that you are, make the arguments for independence, make the good arguments for independence, and convince the people around you that we are right to fight for this cause. We have to stand together. So free Palestine, trans rights now, and let's get independence for Scotland.
Great wee contribution there. I remember my first contribution, probably about the same age. Not quite as much hair, and I certainly don't have nearly as much hair now. But we need the young folk getting involved in our movement. There's not enough young faces in the independence movement these days. But somebody who is fresh-faced is our next speaker, and that is Fiona Nelson from the Independence for Scotland Party.
Hi, can you hear us? That's fine. Right, okay. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster of a week, but anyway, we're not here to talk about that today. We're here as a movement, and it's a great chance for us all to get together, all under one banner. Again, I'd like to say thanks to them, organising, stewards. So a big round of applause, please, for all under one banner. They've done a really good job, okay? But it actually gives us a little chance to get together, see where we are, where we're going, and take things forward. So, what am I here to talk about today? Well, this is my first time speaking, and I can just tell you I'm like that, so I do apologise. But something's got me really riled up, and I'm angry. So, what I'm here to talk about today is a really clear, it's a very present danger to Scottish independence. And ISP have chosen to do this as a party because we feel that not enough people understand or know about what I'm about to talk about. And it's free ports. And I want to explain to you why. Why is this currently the biggest threat to Scottish independence? Well, to understand the future, we sometimes have to look back to the past, okay? And see how things have been done before. And the habits of the colonists, they don't really change. They use the same tactics now as they did before. When the British Empire was expanding, they always used trading companies as the vanguard. The most infamous of these was the East India Trading Company. These companies took over large areas of land. They set up trading posts, brought in soldiers, ran them according to their own rules, as opposed to the rules of the country they were in. They occupied strategic places like ports. They exploited the natural resources of the country, paid the locals a pittance to work the mines, to pick the cotton, to pick the tobacco. It goes on. And they made vast profit from all this, and they haven't paid it back. Well, guess what? That is precisely what free ports are. Free ports are going to be taking over vast areas of land of Scotland. The fourth port is 75 kilometres. Cromarty and Firth, 45 kilometres. Another layer has been added to this as well. And they are called, wait for it, Special Enterprise Zones. Well, together, these areas cover most of the industrial and strategic national assets of Scotland. These zones will be run by private business consortia as tax havens. They won't pay local income tax, and they won't be subject to the same rules. Employment rights, health and safety, planning. Minimum wage, national insurance, forget it. Out of these places, our newest and probably one of our most important industries is going to be run, renewable energy. And the contracts attached to these places are anything from 10 to 25 years. If you're a business outside of one of these zones, tough. You'll be priced out by having to pay minimum wages and national insurance and income tax. If you're a cash-strapped council, tough. You're going to have a big hole knocked in your budget by SEZs using resources that they're not paying for. That's before we even get on to what is encircled in these zones. Let's name a few places. Grangemouth, Methil, Rosyth, Leith, Edinburgh Airport, Edinburgh City, the oil and gas facilities of Forth and Cromarty and Firth. There's more. I could name more, but we don't have all day, so I'm moving on. But this is Scotland's future. All our major ports, our airports, our capital city, our oil refinery, our deep docks, our oil and gas facilities, our renewable energy facilities and energy resources will be under the control of private consortia, operating to their own set of rules in breach of the laws of Scotland. And just to put the lid on it, Jim Ratcliffe of Ineos has reapplied for fracking licences. Make of that what you will. Is this freedom? Is this the independence we want? No, and we didn't vote for it. Like North Sea Oil and Gas, Westminster handed over this land to the companies under the auspices of the Crown. This is the UK's post-colonial gift to us, and it's a poisoned one. We will be exchanging one kind of colonialism for another. Westminster for the East India Company. In addition to everything else, these zones will prevent us from rejoining Europe because they don't follow EU regulations. Now, there is some good news. What they have done has been challenged. Salvo sent a letter of notice to all these consortia, warning them that Scotland's lands and its resources do not belong to the monarch, but to the people. That has opened the door to the possibility of a legal challenge later under the Scottish Constitution. But all of us need to be going back to our parties, our organisations, and raising the roof. Now, I'm just going to end here, but I want to finish with a quote from Anatole France, who once said, "To accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe. Do we believe in independence? We believe in it. Do we dream of independence? Okay, now it's time we act for independence. Let's get Freeport stopped. Thank you.
Great stuff. Now, before we go on to our second musical interlude from the Dead Thatchers, evocative name, thank goodness she's still dead. You know, people check on a regular basis. We've actually got a very special moment here, a historic moment. We're actually going to hear from the silent Klansman. Now, I've never actually heard him talk. So, put your hands together for the silent Klansman. He's only going to be on for a couple of seconds.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I do speak. Anyway, just very quickly, unfortunately, a lot of you know that I live away up in the Highlands and the transport and all that isn't as great as it is down here in the Central Belt. So I'm having to shoot off early. But what I would like to say is, before I go, what a bonny sight everybody was coming into the Glasgow Green today and on the march. You'll be pleased to know that there were no unionists out in opposition today. But saying that, I did go down to Manky Jacket's stall in Argyle Street and we had a wee bit of banter. I'll put the video up on the Silent Klansman page later. But there was a street entertainer next to him who was much better than his Holocaust-denying patter. I hate him, that man, and I don't hate anybody. So in the meantime, thank you very much, everybody, for coming down. Keep a brave heart on independence. Keep marching, keep talking, but mostly, let's get some action. All the best. God bless you all.
Hello, everybody. We are the Dead Thatchers. Appropriately named. We danced in the streets when she went. Unfortunately, all our heirs are still there. This first wee ditty that we're going to do is dedicated to the constabulary of the world.
Someone get that man a priest. Or a chemist at the least. Cop A, C, Call
B
peace.
A C A B A C A B A C A B A C A B A.
Don't hide down behind your mirror. It won't be like this forever. Look at the stage. It's showing its age and it's on the front page that we're all in a rage. Cop peace.
C A B
Cop peace.
C A B A C A B A C A B A C A B A C A.
And what I change for that?
C A
rearrange my thoughts.
C A
not really.
A C
ever.
A C A
They need to protect him. They will not decline him. They will resurrect him. They will not correct him. Deviant behavior. Deviant behavior. Deviant behavior. Copies is after you. Copies they're coming for you. Copies they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for you.
B A C A B. The next thing that we're going to do is called My Granny Made Me an Anarchist. I wish she had. I suppose she's partly responsible, but it's dedicated to a Scottish anarchist called Stuart Christie, who was first politicised at a public meeting over by the main gate here, because Glasgow Green has been a hotbed, a meeting place of radicals and revolutionaries for a long, long time, since the 1800s at least, probably before. Anyway. My granny made me an anarchist. That night, when she came up with my bail, she said, "Frankie, son, always box clever. Never let them put you into their jail. Never let them know what you're thinking, or that you intend their demise. When they stop you in the street, just keep smiling. And remember, a smile always starts in the eyes. Read a lot, have many friends, enjoy talking, have a beer or three, but never to excess. Experiment with whatever you want to, but keep in mind, more is rarely better than less. Have sex with whoever you want to, who takes your fancy or you to their bed, but try not to break any promises you made, and keep religion well away from your head. She was just a wee woman to Springburn, and she claimed that she didn't know very much. But when she went into the intricacies of anarcho-syndicalist thought, I thought she was speaking in Dutch. She said, "There's a coming insurrection. You may not know when or where, but the why. This is all we can ever be sure of. That and the fact we all die." There's this world, there'll no be another. We'll no be building new homes in the stars. That's science fiction, with the emphasis on fiction. And politicians, they'll give you nothing but scars. They'll try to dupe you, lie to you. Don't believe them, or the facts of the matter. It's all lies, no matter what party they claim they stand for. It's all the same land, with a few in disguise. Now my granny never danced with Emma Goldman. She didn't drink with Bakunin, Rudy Rocker or Lucy Parsons. But she taught me revolt is a natural tendency of life, and a case can be well made for arson. Direct action, said my granny, is necessity. The world can be whatever all of us create, beyond decree and control of parties and leaders, and there can be no redress for the state. Government isn't there for the governed. It serves the interests of the rulers and the rich. The rest of us, we're just a game to be played by those who'll never die in any ditch. Never, never tell them what you're thinking. Don't let them know you intend their demise. And if they stop you in the street, keep smiling. And remember, a smile always starts in your eyes. Aye, my granny made me an anarchist. That night when she came up with my bail, she said, Frankie, son, always box clever and never let them put you into the jail. Now, cheers. Aye. The next one we're going to do is for the perspective of an old Scottish coal miner who looks around his village and thinks to himself, what the fuck has happened? And then being for a mining community, he looks a bit further afield and he looks at his country and he thinks, what's going on? And many of the mining communities had an internationalist perspective. So obviously he looks further afield at the world we live in and he thinks, why? How have we let this happen? It's called The Ballad of a Coal Miner. In the village, we remember your response to the great strike. You can beat us, you can starve us, tell us to fuck off on our bikes. Against your army and your polis, we're like tadpoles against pike. Everything is Palestine now. Your response to give us freedom is we're your little Bantustan. But the demand in every heart is something you can't understand. Ignore the votes, ignore our people, but this will never be your land. Everything is Palestine now. We tried to work within the system. Referenda were preferred. Every vote in every chamber says we will not be deterred. You can detain us or delay us, but we won't have the dream deferred. Everything is Palestine now. We're like the surrealists. You've no even got to dada. You tried breaking all the rungs down at the bottom of the ladder. We still rise. We'll have our freedom, or you can have an intifada. Everything is Palestine now. We can welcome you as equals as we say ta-da to the UK, or be an iceberg ripping chunks at your mighty ship of state. We can extend a hand of friendship, or we can punch you in the face. Everywhere is Palestine now. We're your neighbours, sometimes noisy, sometimes seen as a disgrace. We'll have the keys back to your house now. Thanks for minding our wee place. Oh, hang on. Everywhere is Palestine now. Our wee struggle is a struggle. It's no just about this sod. We're peaceful, but get angry at injustice. It's in our blood. We look around, we see disaster wherever you have been abroad. That's why everywhere is Palestine now. But coming back to the wee villages where coal used to be king, where people in the pub on a Saturday might sing, there's early death, there's destruction. You have taken everything. That's why everywhere is Palestine now. Your laissez-faire approaches, your bitterness, your greed, what we thought at first was madness, is your apostolic creed. We can no longer let you rule us. You're clearly off your heat. Everything is Palestine now. Our struggle is their struggle. Struggle everywhere. Renew everyone in every country where oppression is in view. Stand up, get off your knees, resist. We are many, they are few. Everywhere is Palestine now. Smear us all as anti-Semites. That must be the last trick in your book. Distract everyone's attention with how the state's accounts are cooked. You've sold this country's people to a cabal of pimps and crooks. Everywhere is Palestine now. There was a village, and that's what's needed in the raising of a child. But the cobblestones are cracked now. All around the weeds grow wild. The sun will never settle with how his village was defiled. Everywhere is Palestine now. You're like a madman at a bus stop. Every stranger you accost, screaming, "We'll build a wall across your border." We don't give a fucking toss. You keep fighting pointless battles. This war's already lost. Everywhere is Palestine now. It's like fighting the Sopranos on the glue with a half brick. But somehow we will win. We know a magic trick, and that element of surprise in our victory will make you sick. Everything is Palestine now. But looking to the future, our lives must still entwine. I want a world where both of us can make it yours and mine. But let's just get old disgracefully, accept your slow decline, or everything is Palestine now. Cheers. This is our last one. No, we've got to do this one. Sorry. This was inspired by a struggle a couple of years ago. I was never as proud to be a Glaswegian when I saw on the news what the people did in Kenmure Street. This is called Ne Passeranya Bass. Here are the people who never ran, who stand and fight for everyone. People who know for who they fight and won't believe your racist shite. Where people are full of funny stories, where people know fuck the Tories. People that Thewliss might rightly fear. Refugees are welcome here. Let Glasgow flourish. And don't come back at night. We'll still be there. This is a place where people care, where people truly like their neighbour and will still help with their daily labour. Let Glasgow flourish. Where we march to the beat of a different drum. A city that knows our day will come. Let Glasgow flourish. Where strangers are pals you've no met yet. Where old women will ask, are you alright, pet? Let Glasgow flourish. Let 1,000 Kenmure streets now bloom. You're welcome here with plenty of room. Let Glasgow flourish. We'll no be the first, we'll no be the last to say, Ne Passeranya Bass. Let Glasgow flourish. We'll no be the first, we'll no be the last to say, Ne Passeranya Bass. Let Glasgow flourish. Aye. We'll no be the first, and we'll no be the last to say, Ne Passeranya Bass. Let Glasgow flourish. No be the first, no be the last to say, Ne Passeranya Bass. Let Glasgow flourish. Let Scotland flourish. Let Palestine flourish. Thank you. We've been the Dead Thatchers. It's been a pleasure being here in Glasgow Green. And let's keep marching, keep fighting. We know we're on the right side of history. We know we're doing the right thing. We will win.
Passeranya Bass, fuck the Tories!
Oh, that was fantastic for the Dead Thatchers. Now, our next speaker is Angela McCormack from the Stop the War Coalition. So put your hands together for Angela McCormack.
Hello, everybody. Ne passer anya bas. Let Gaza flourish. Hello, hardcore. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank all under one banner. I'm saying a few words on behalf of Stop the War Coalition, but I'm going to give a plug for my day job. I'm a lecturer in a college in Scotland, and I've been on strike every year for the last 10 years, and I'm going to be on strike again until the government's prioritise education for working class people. So go and Google it, stand up for the colleges, support the strikes, and if you're interested in more of that, we're on May Day tomorrow. So maybe see some of yous at 11 a.m. at George Square. Anyway, a couple of words and I'll keep it brief. I'm going to start with some numbers. In Gaza, 34,622 people have been murdered, more than 14,500 of them children. Then we've got the injuries, the devastating injuries. 77,867, and then more than 8,000 missing. Much more than 8,000, as people have said, under the rubble. Gaza, where you don't even have the respect and dignity and the time to grieve and show respect to your family member as they've been murdered by the Israeli state. Half of all the homes in Gaza have been destroyed. 80% of the commercial facilities destroyed. 73% of the school buildings destroyed. 83% of water wells destroyed. 267 places of worship. Don't tell me that that is not genocide. And that is why we have been marching every Saturday, every week since October the 7th. Don't let anybody tell us, and we are not letting them tell us. Another number. Tory council seats lost, 500. The Tories are on their way out, no mistake. But we need, and we know that that is not the answer for Palestine, Gaza, or for the independence movement. Where do we look to free Palestine? Where do we look to end this genocide, to get the ceasefire? Do we look to the Labour Party? No bloody way. Sir Kid Starver has picked his side. He's backed his side. He's funded his side. He's defended his side. And he's blown out anybody that stands in his way. Shame on them forever. Do we look to Europe? Well, I'm sad to say, look at the treatment of Palestine solidarity protesters in Europe. Dr. Ghassan Abu Sitter, the rector of Glasgow University, kicked out of Germany, today denied entry to France. It is clear that we are in the middle of a battle between them and us, the haves and have-nots. And we are the haves in this instance, because we have heart, we have humanity, and we have a conscience, and they have not a single one of these things. Don't look to Labour, don't look to Europe. Do we look to the Scottish Government? I feel a wee bit sorry now. I know they've not got their own troubles to seek. And while on every score they have talked much better than the UK warmongers, our movement for Palestine needs to hold them to account. We have had years and years and years of talk on many issues, and we will not tolerate talk on this issue. Make good on ending the arms sales. Make good on breaking the ties with the Israeli companies. Make good on the boycott. Make good on opening the doors for refugees. Make good on attacking the Israeli genocide. That's what our movement needs to do. So we can't look to either of them. But you're here, and you've hung around to the end. So you know, like I know, that hope lies in the streets. The only thing that puts our political issues as working class people on the agenda is you and you and you. And that's what I want to thank actually all under one banner for doing. Because time and again, they have stood up for independence and they have made the links with the bigger issues that affect all of us, what we're thinking of and the kind of world we want to live in. So where do we look to? Look to the American student movement that is spreading to Canada, that has spread to actually Manchester, Sheffield, Leeds, that has spread to France. And what is their chance? When the cops come in, they say, we are not scared. We are not scared. They shout, disclose to the university's ties. Disclose your ties. Divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. And you guys, the hardcore, have shown that you're the living embodiment of that. Disclose, divest, we will not stop, we will not rest. And I want to send a message of solidarity to the Scottish encampment outside Holyrood. We are an international movement. We care because we want to make the world we live in for ourselves, our families, our communities, a better place. And we want to do that and be part of that movement around the world. So a couple of points, just by way of cheer. This mass movement for Palestine is unprecedented. I've been active in the anti-war, anti-imperialist peace movement for many decades now, since what they did to Iraq and Afghanistan. And I have never, can stand here today and say that I have never known a period of mobilisation, of intensity, of awakening, questioning, of heart. So many people talking to you with their hearts full of grief and their head full of the question why and how can we stop it. It is unprecedented. They will deny us the airtime. They will try and belittle us. They will try and lock us up. They will try and slur us. They will try and smear us. They've tried all of this. But this mass movement is unprecedented here in Scotland, across the UK, and across the world. We understand that it did not start on October the 7th, what's taken place in Palestine. It's 75 years of colonialism, occupation, injustice, and repression. We need to hold our nerve. We need to understand that we are the majority. In every poll, every survey, whether it's your own personal poll of the people up your close, whether it's your own personal survey of the people in your workplace, every poll puts the majority demanding a permanent ceasefire. Every poll. And that is where our strength comes from. This rotten racist Tory government is on its way out, and we need to ensure that on its way out, we get the potential to make the breakthrough, to end the arms sales, to get justice and freedom for Palestine. Stop the War condemns the Islamophobia of the UK government. We condemn and defy attempts to label us as hate marchers or anti-Semites. Remember Suella Braverman? No, near there, I wish. We are inspired by the bravery and determination of anti-Zionist Jewish organisations opposing the genocide. Our movement is a movement of hope for all, challenging all the warmongers, and we will not be labelled, we will not be smeared, and we are showing time and time again that everything they put in our way, we are overcoming. We do not accept the drive to endless war, the increase in war spendings. I am sick being told there's no money for colleges. Where do we find the money from? No money for hospitals. Where do we find the money from? No money for schools. Where do we find the money? I'll tell you where you can find the money from. You can scrap Trident. You can cut defence spending. You can stop building jet fighters. You can stop prioritising war and put the money into these things. It can be done, and it needs to be done. We say welfare, not warfare. We make common cause. We trade unionists fighting for the public sector. There is a link between the issue of solidarity with Palestine and all of our futures, because that link is very real when you need a hospital, a dentist, a doctor, a teacher, or a nurse. And all the money's been diverted into arms to Israel, or to the widening war in Iran, or Lebanon, or Yemen. I stand here today thanking very much to all under Bonnar for the opportunity to speak, and know that with a huge march today, and the hardcore that yous are, that we should have every hope that the Scotland that we see in the future is a Scotland free of British imperialism, warmongering, and we can be confident the anti-war and Palestine solidarity movement can bring an end to what's taking place in Gaza. We must bring an end. So thank you, solidarity all. See you in the struggle, and ne passaran, Yabas. What was the next bit? Gaza? Yeah. Free, free! Free, free! Scotland! Free, free! Scotland! Free, free! All right, go. Fuck the Tories!
Fuck the Tories! Fuck the Tories! Fuck the Tories!
Thanks very much to Angela McCormack there. The next speaker is Bill Bonnar from the SSP. Big hand for Bill, please.
Hello. Sorry. Hello. Just as Angela said, it's become a bit of a law of diminishing returns in terms of the numbers, but well done for those who have stuck it to the very end. I'll keep my remarks quite brief because there's 3 or 4 other speakers and, it's becoming a law of diminishing returns. Scottish Socialist Party brings its solidarity and support to this rally today. For 25 years, we've campaigned for independence every single day. But it's not just any old kind of independence. It's a socialist independence. There's some people in the movement who will say the offer to the Scottish people should be quite minimal. Don't do anything in your offer for independence. It frightens people off. The argument is it's okay to vote for independence because nothing very much will change. Well, what a poor argument for independence that is. If nothing very much changes, what's the point of independence? You may as well just stick to the Union. There's other people who argue that this notion of having a discussion about the nature of independence, let's get independence first and then we'll sort out the details afterwards. I think that's a wrong approach because the way we'll win mass support for independence is building up a radical picture of what that independence will look like and mobilising people around that picture. And it's not just about a future vision of independence, it's about how we'll actually achieve independence in the short term, because we'll do that by linking the demand for independence to wider radical demands in society. For example, if you want to get rid of nuclear weapons, support independence. If you want to get rid of the monarchy and have a republic, support independence. If you want to bring key industries back into public ownership, support independence. If you want to eliminate poverty and have a more equal society, support independence. And if you want a Scotland that stands shoulder to shoulder with the people of Gaza fighting Israeli genocide, support independence. In other words, it's by linking the struggle for day-to-day radical struggles to the wider issue of independence that will build mass support. Because at the end of the day, independence can't simply be an end in itself. It needs to be a means to building a better, different, radically different, and ultimately socialist Scotland. That's how we'll build that majority, that working class majority for independence. The Scottish Socialist Party has had a range of policies which all link those policies to the issue of independence. They're policies that stand on their own merit in the present time, but they also paint a picture of what independence could look like. To give 1 or 2 examples, we believe there should be a publicly owned, integrated public transport system. More than that, it should be delivered free at the point of use as a way of moving people from cars into public transport. We believe that utilities should be brought back into public ownership. We believe that one of the ways to abolish poverty is to have a statutory £15 an hour minimum wage. We believe that proper funding of local government needs to be a top priority, and one of the ways of doing that is the abolition of the unfair and ineffectual council tax and replace it by a service tax. We also believe that the way to have a parliament that genuinely represents the people of Scotland is to have MPs and MSPs on a worker's wage so that they reflect the incomes of the people there. These are the kind of policies that we argue for. They're policies which stand on their own merit, but they also paint a picture of the kind of Scotland that we can dare to create. I'll finish up by saying this. Last year was the 100th anniversary of the death of that great Scottish supporter of independence, that great Scottish socialist, John Maclean. John Maclean's life revolved around his commitment to 3 great ideas. One was independence, another was socialism, and third, the way you achieve the first two is through campaigning and struggle. The Scottish Socialist Party is the modern take forward his legacy in terms of its vision of independence. We support independence, we support socialism, and we believe the way you achieve independence and achieve socialism is through campaigning and struggle. Thank you.
Thanks very much there to Bill Bonnar. Now we have Zoe Dingwall Darwin. Independent? Independent. There you go.
Hello, Glasgow friends. I'm going to give thanks to every one of you that have actually stayed today. Hardcore. This is my first time speaking at a rally, so it feels rather overwhelming to stand here before you in solidarity for Scottish independence and the Palestinian cause. We're living through a fringe moment in history that has sprung from a series of crises. I come here today with a heartfelt plea to you all. All parties and individuals must unite. The left must unite. The left are currently fighting like cats in a bag, and in doing so, they're destroying our best chances of independence. We all need to end this petty infighting from all sides, including the SNP, ALBA, the Greens, the Socialists, and their politicians. We need to listen more and engage in respectful debate on all issues, without fear or vilification. That said, I'm genuinely sorry to see how successful the far-right witch hunt has been on removing our First Minister, Humza Yousaf. It's clear to me that he was successfully targeted only because he was the one and only voice in the UK to speak against atrocities happening in Palestine. I refuse to be complicit in genocide. Legitimate criticism of the mass murder of innocent civilians is not anti-Semitism. Zionism is an ultra-nationalist, racist ideology that denies the basic principles of Judaism, such as peace and tolerance of others. So why is Palestine of such importance to Scottish independence? The answer is quite simple. No one is free until everyone is free, and that's why the left must unite. Meanwhile, as the world looks on to the horrific suffering, mass murder, brutalisation and starvation of innocent civilians in Gaza, we are forced to watch helpless, horrified, and unable to prevent the unfolding genocide. Atrocity and human rights violations have no excuses, no mitigating arguments. Atrocity merely arms the future for more atrocity. So shout it, scream it, and say it loud and clear. Viva, viva Palestina! And to the UK government, I say this. We are not above nature. All of humanity is part of nature, and there are limits to what our planet can take and what it can give. The science is clear. Protecting our children's futures for generations to come means we must protect our climate and food security. We, both the UK and Scotland, are in desperate need of a fully inclusive, modern, functioning democratic system. But the new system can only be achieved through proportional representation. But neither Labour nor the Tories will ever modernise the electoral system because it works in their favour and ignores the vast majorities of voters in Scotland. We must make our own way. For Scotland, being part of the European project ensures full membership of the single market and customs union. This will reverse the economic devastation inflicted by the UK's self-imposed trade barriers that's crippling Scottish exporters and industries. The EU's single energy market ensures that energy suppliers are forbidden from skyrocketing prices, profiteering and price discrimination. Friends, I must say this. We cannot fight transboundary issues like climate change, pandemics or wars alone. We need to be on a global platform with other world leaders, sitting not only with the European Union, but also with the United Nations and the World Trade Organisations. I remain defiant, steadfast and committed to our common cause of an independent Scotland taking its seat at the top table. As the former Governor of the Bank of England said recently, if you're not sitting at the top table, you are on the menu. With full sovereign autonomous powers, Scotland can take back control of our own socio-economic policies for much needed radical change. More jobs, greener jobs, Harnessing the vast untapped potential of North Sea tidal energy will provide cheaper, cleaner energy, reducing living costs, and will provide a proper income rather than the miserable low-wage economy that has condemned workers since Thatcher and New Labour. Finally, as I come to an end, a winning economic plan for Scotland is building clean energy and clean growth, because in the 21st century, the great powers will be green powers, and an independent Scotland must be a great power. We must re-establish the consensus for a Scottish clean growth strategy. We must meet the challenge for economic reconciliation, meaning leadership by the Scottish people, in partnership and in prosperity at every stage. Part of this plan must be founded on people having low-carbon, affordable homes, built with an urgency that we haven't seen since the Second World War. We are living through an age of insecurity, but it could become an age of prosperity. Scotland must be brave and resist any further oppression of our fundamental democratic right to live in peace, dignity and respect in our own sovereign Scotland, a Scotland based on common values, and most importantly, the most basic of all human rights, self-determination. Scotland, be brave. Viva, viva Palestina. Free, free Palestine. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Zoe Dingwall there, please. We have the second last speaker is Nick Dury from Wynford Tenants Association, or Tenants Group, sorry. And this is Nick Dury. Welcome.
Hi there, everyone. I'm the Membership Secretary of the Wynford Residents' Union and the National Secretary of the Scottish Tenants Organisation. And I've been involved in tenants organising for 20 years. I've worked as a professional community organiser in a couple of organisations. And I have a huge interest in the idea that people have a right to shelter. And obviously we've heard how shelter has been taken away from Gazans today, and we've seen it on our television. But when we talk about rights, when we talk about aspirations to independence, for example, we're talking in the abstract. We're still talking in the concept of totems. And I think it's valuable to take a leaf out of the world of organising in the community and see how we can apply that to the cause of independence. Because when you're organising in the community, yes, we all agree we need public housing. I think everyone here would agree with that idea. More council housing, yes. But saying we want more council housing does not deliver council housing. If you want to achieve council housing, you start by saying, that brownfield site right there, that must be 400 homes. And I want to take a little bit of an example of where we can see that in the course of the history of the organisations I've been part of. During the pandemic emergency, remember that moment we couldn't meet at all? We had to do everything on Zoom. We couldn't be in more than groups of a few. That was the moment that our SNP council decided to try and privatise an area of land that had been former public housing right next to the neighbourhood I stay in. And I remember what Robin McAlpine said right at the very beginning of this. We have to move beyond what the politicians are doing and demonstrate the value of independence, and not in the abstract. Now, here's an example. So, how did we defeat the SNP council's attempted privatisation of that land? Well, first off, we held outside rallies. We started to build the cause. But then we took direct action. We occupied the site of the land. And we said, we're not just against you. We're not just against your privatisation. Here is our counter proposal. This is what we intend to do instead. We intend to run a community buyout. We established a company. We established a permanent presence on the site. We got a petition going to start the first stage of a community buyout. That caused the buyers to back off. Now, Kalina Street remains an unwon cause. More on that later. What did that section of the independence movement that's represented in the council do after they attempted to privatise the land next to our homes? Well, they came for our homes. 600 social homes. The council want to see them demolished in the middle of a housing and homelessness emergency. Now, this is the same council that has declared a housing and homelessness emergency that is attempting to demolish 600 social homes. A 3-year struggle ensued from that point, and we're still in the heart of it, in the heat of it. We have had no support from a broad section of the independence movement, ignored by the Greens, it must be said, opposed by the SNP. Indeed, our own SNP MSP is still calling for the demolition of those 600 social homes. We have had support from a number of different activist groups, which has been great. They've helped us with direct action. We occupied some of those homes. That really put something up the authorities, so that was useful, and it's dragged the fight out. And you know, when you're in a fight, the longer it goes on, the more it costs them money. And we need to apply that same type of specific tactics to the independence movement. Now, we held a referendum. We had the Alba Party here earlier. They proposed the idea. We thought, that's a good idea. Let's have a people's vote. Let's have a people's vote on whether or not we tear down 600 social homes during a housing and homelessness emergency. Would it surprise you to hear that we won by over 75%? Exactly. And after that, the council has now backed off. They no longer want to sell off our community centre. They no longer want to build yuppie flats where our community centre lies. They've upped the number of social homes they intend to build in the aftermath of the demolition. Now, there's still court case pending. That struggle is still going on. But it shows, if you fight on a specific and measurable issue, widely felt, deeply felt, visible, winnable, you can move the dial in the direction. And as that struggle also shows, we have an independence movement. Some parts of it don't seem to recognise that people aren't just interested in independence in the abstract. They want to see improvements in their day-to-day lives. And we will never move people to take action unless we can do that. So the movement as a whole needs to create not just one Kalina Street, but hundreds of Kalina Streets. Now, we intend in our organisations to go forward and push for that Kalina Street victory to end up with 400 council houses built by Glasgow City Council. And if we can do that as a wider movement, if we can force progressive change through specific and measurable actions, then we can regain the mantle and get more and more people into big rallies like this and force action towards independence.
Final speakers for today are Ed and Jason from the Indie app. If you remember the Indie app, we've rejigged it and they're going to explain what's going on, okay? That's for Ed and Jason. Cheers.
Hello everybody, thanks for waiting for us to headline. Very much appreciated. We've created an app and it does a number of things. One of the things that we all know is that independence is already Scotland's majority. We're at 54%. The movement's job, our job, is to make that fact crystal clear and end the UK gaslighting now. So download indieapp.scot, download Indieapp from indieapp.scot, get counted for yes, and only for yes, no matter your politics. Make yes the majority permanently visible and expose Scotland's democratic deficit.
So, why would you get counted for yes?
You would get counted for yes because downloading and registering Indieapp is a declaration of support for independence, independent of party politics. Encourage others to do it and let's all get counted. Now, in the app isn't just a count, a visible count of how many people support independence, but it's also a yes directory. It's a way in which all those that get counted can find and join their local grassroots group. So if you're a member of a yes group, download the new app, and you need the new app, get yourself counted, and then use the yes directory to contact your group. Check your group is live and contactable, and if they're not contactable on the app, then me and Jason are there to help you get set up on it. So thanks very much.
We've got a stall down there still. It's not in bits yet, so if you want to come and see us, we're there. Yeah.
And also, when you're filling out your registration, use it manually. Don't use autofill, right? Just put in the digits manually. Thank you. Good day.
Cheerio.
Okay, thanks, Ed and Jason. That was brilliant. And thanks everybody who stayed and everybody who marched today. What a fantastic event we've had for a free Scotland and a free Palestine. Now, next up on 22nd of June, we're at Stirling. Saturday, 22nd of June, we want everybody there. Saturday, the 3rd of August, we're at Elgin. Again, get yourselves there. And then the 7th of September at Edinburgh. 10 years on, no rest till yes. Okay, thanks very much. Goodbye.